All right, let's fix up a couple things real quick. Let's say this should be down there. Okay, stretch that good. Let's get going. Oh, and I've got my see-through hat on. The blues. Yeah, whatever. It's a coding stream, not a vanity stream. How's everyone doing today? Huh? Oh, forgot to set up my phone. Let's do that real quick. Actually, Starlink's looking pretty good. Only 3 minutes of downtime in the last 12 hours, which is really good. So we're still running at 5 seconds of delay using Stitch, that software we wrote. Good morning, Kafka 25. How you doing? It's gonna be a fun day. We're gonna bash our heads with Godot. Godot's ready. It's well rested. I'm kidding. We'll just figure out the UI stuff. And yeah, more of that. Oh yes, and I was actually downloading Dungeon Magazine. So if you're not familiar with Dungeon Magazine, if you're a D&D player, this is a great place to get some inspiration. Did I click on that button? Yeah, I did. No, come on, click on it again. Well, these are they I think gave Dungeon Magazine over to archive, and there it is, just 200 and some odd issues. So had to write a little bash script to download them all. Oh, then I closed all of Chrome. It is early. It's really early. Normally I wake up in 10 minutes, so I've been up for a while, for about 50 minutes. Yeah, toss the stream manager back up. Let's get to it. Now, as I was waking up this morning, I thought I figured out what was going wrong with this. But of course, it's just like your mind's happy dream saying like, oh, I finally figured it out, this thing that's on the back of my mind. And it didn't bother to tell me what the solution was. So I'm a little upset about that, my rebellious mind. My thoughts were that, oh, well, you know what, for some reason, the size isn't getting set, right? Maybe it's the height. You know what we should do? We should add some debugging to this. That would be kind of neat. Godot does have widgets like gizmos or something that you can program up, and that could be interesting. So, but if you weren't here yesterday, we've got our little UI system here, and the problem is somewhere between these guys, I believe. It's either there or just somewhere else, but I suspect it's between these guys. So we've got our screen, vertical list, a box, another list, horizontal. Sparkenstein, good morning. Man, that blue is hard to see on my background. How you doing? So we've got that list, another box, and then our text. Now this box does not have a border. If we give it a border, things work. Yeah. And why is it that things work? The reason is because text finally rendered. And text renders if it has all four anchors set, basically top, left, bottom, and right. So, man, voice is still waking up today. Morning, Eric. How you doing? Yeah, we need just like, so I'm gonna pour some hot tea in my my water. Maybe that'll help with the morning voice. Oh, who did Frankenstein's monster bring to party? His ghoul friend. Ta-dunch. Ooh, this tea smells nice. I think it's like a sweet orange tea or something. No morning for you? Your day is over? Yeah. This time of day, Twitch sees more Europeans. That's cool. I absolutely get it. Sometimes people on the East Coast stop in because it's like, before work for them, or they're just starting their day. So, what does setting the border on this do? Right? Setting the border on that, it really just tells control that your value's been set. Cassowary gives it a value at that point. Now, I don't understand why Cassowary didn't give it a value before. It should have. Because all of the constraints are here, kind of trickling all the way in. What was my mind telling me this morning as I woke up? Because I was trying to figure this out in my dreams last night. It was bugging me. And it was telling me that it had to do with the height, but I don't remember which height it was talking about. Maybe it's the border box to the list? Because list by default, oh, there's this odd situation where um, let's delete this. Let's go ahead and delete that. Save it, close it, and open it. Yes, it is 4:57 a.m. I fell asleep at like 8:30 last night, so here we are, bright and early. All right, so let's close game, open it up, get it to render again. Yeah, face cam. Miguel Marica, good morning. Good morning, fine sir. How you doing? It's been a while. We're drawing boxes. Let's add a couple more of those. So this list should be drawing them. Let's switch it to vertical maybe. Hmm. No dice. Oh, maybe the issue is not where I thought it was. You can see that they're drawn. Well, the origin points. One's there. The next one, about a third of the way down, and the following after that is down there. Fancy box. Oh, these are fancy boxes. Hey, my watch is telling me to wake up. It's like, hey, it's time to get up. Yeah, thanks, watch. Wait a sec. Why is this not working? We shouldn't have these three like this. Are they all in exactly the same spot? Or are they just not visible? They're not visible. They have no size. And if we give this a border, oh well, we just don't see them. That's what's going on. But they're also very small. You can see they have no shape to them. That's because they don't have any bounding box because they don't have any vertices or anything. Oh. So if we don't have a size on this, well, yeah, see there's the first one, border, 0 0.5, 0 0.5, 0 0.5, 0.5. The second one, and the third one, 0.2. All right. So those are working. They lay out just fine. And if we only have one, I like the border on the lowest one best. Why did it stay there? Because I've got other issues. All right, but it's drawing. But if we're just trying to let something pass through, let's say we added another border box here. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Let's get rid of that list. Let's put box 4 inside of box 3 and get rid of box 3's stuff. Huh, still works. It's leaving space for friends. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. All right. But you know what? I'm gonna take a break from this today. I actually want to do get the materials wired up for border box and get some shaders set up on there. Because that's on the list. I'm gonna continue to think about this problem a little bit more and not solve that yet. So let's toss up a bug for this problem so we can comfortably leave it in the background and not worry about it. Halsey control. All right, new ticket. Text doesn't render. When in screen, let's say list border box list with border without border text. All right, let's add a little note. If we give the innermost border box a border, then text renders. Cassowary is not setting the top and left the text object. Okay, good. Now we're actually going to work on texture support for border box. So we're going to work on number 2 there. We're going to go ahead and commit a line. Oh, that's right. We updated that. Yes, yes. In fact, a line mostly works. Did we had a task for a line, didn't we? Yeah, control for alignment. I think this actually works. It's just that we found another bug. Because if we, let's go ahead and let's delete this. We'll give this a border just for fun, just to get past the bug. Why Rust for game dev? Becky the guy. Good morning. Um, why Rust for game dev? Well, Rust, I know C, C++, Java, Erlang, Elixir, JavaScript, all those languages, right? And so yes, we could have just used GD script for game dev. We're using Godot, but let's see, a year and a half ago, I wanted to learn Rust and thought that it would be a fun adventure. Um, Rust, on the face of it, on the box, it says that it solves all sorts of problems that I had in Java, problems that I had in C, C++, right? So, so that why Rust for that? It solves a number of the problems that I've spent a week trying to debug in the past, right? And I didn't want to have to spend that time chasing down those sorts of errors. So here we are learning Rust for it. And it's actually a really nice language. It has surpassed all of my favorite languages, C being my favorite. Um, but it does what it says on the box. I agree with great documentation, very useful compiler error messages. You ever tried to debug like C++ error messages? When you have C++ engineers jumping into Rust, you'll see like an error come out of Rust, and then they'll ignore the error and go back and look at the code and be like, "What's wrong?" When the error is telling them exactly what's wrong and how to fix it. So all sorts of great things. Auto formatter, I like. I like that as a community we don't have to bike shed on where the semicolons go, or if we're using snuggly braces or curly, like whatever. So, and the IDE, the smart multi-editor support with auto completion and type inspection, fantastic. So, reliability, yes. Performance, it's getting better. Um, so, it works everywhere. So many places. Yes, yes, and I think that was so. Fiskin, you're saying that you feel like the compiler is teaching you Rust? Absolutely, absolutely. The error messages are that good. So going back to the C++ engineer coming to Rust, look at the error messages, read them. They even do diff bolding and stuff like that. So if you get something wrong, I don't have any errors at the moment. But if you had types that are close but different, um, the compiler will actually bold the portion of the type that is different so you can see it easily. Good morning, Tommy Luca. How you doing? So we've got the inner box. We're going to add a little text on there because I want to get this checked in. In fact, I want some short text. It's interesting. You were using some C++ the other day, and it was a real headache after Rust. Yeah, I find myself doing JavaScript different after programming in Rust. Right? C, C++. You ask yourself, who owns this value? Hey, JB Pratt. Well, thank you for that. Good morning. Yes, Clippy emotes. We got happy Clippy. We've got angry Clippy. I think angry Clippy is pretty good. I mean, maybe we have like furious Clippy, but I want to come up with like a borrow checker or something. But all I have for like borrow checker ideas is like a mob boss, like like so. We're gonna take this, put this up here, so we can test this out. Delete those. Goodbye. All right, now let's attach an align node. There we go. Toss that in there. Now we should be able to align this. And no, it's not. Uh-oh. Mr. Glitchbite, good morning. It's going really well. You love the emotes? Oh, well, thank you, Tommy. Look. Well, that's not good. Let's open it. Maybe. Uh, no, it is kind of working. Yeah, I've got that issue where if I rearrange things, things aren't quite right. Center. And okay, so that's working. That works. And if we do like center on both, there, that's working. So I think a line is done. Yes, Deep Tech has Ferris emotes. Okay, let's call that one done and check it in. Yeah, we're gonna keep that. Got a number of other things. Sure. Align is new. Yeah, I think it's good. I like Clippy. I mean, why did Microsoft ever get rid of Clippy? All right. In what year did Microsoft retire Clippy? All right, we've got to redo some of these constraints, but yes, we have that. Layout UI, layout. Yes, we inline some things. Added an ePrint line for this. It's fine. We renamed that. That's good. Oh, that's right. We readjusted that. And we said these values are optional. Two 2004, according to Wikipedia. Yes. The crab is called Ferris. It is. Um, Unofficial mascot. see, what do we do here? Say it closes, number 2. Adds alignment. There we go. Push that. Okay. Now, let's go into, what is it? We're going to go into border box. So we're going to work on the next one. Actually, let's finish up the align bit. Wherever that was. Is it here? No. Here? Yes. Oh, guess it's number 4. Oops. I said number 2. That was a mistake. Cargo. No. Git commit amend 4. All right. Commander Thrashton. Wait, what? You need to learn the simplex method? How's it going? Like simplex noise? You think your wife wants to kill you? That's not good, Tommy. Did you do something or I is she just really upset? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, she made this food so spicy? Oh, nice. Nice. I like spicy food. You know what they call that? They call it a moral hazard, where your life insurance is too high that you're worth more dead than alive. So, shame on you, Tommy. You got to keep that balance just right. You don't want that sort of moral hazard. All right, so let's close off this number 4. This one's done. That, and I like to include the change that closed it. Sources. Oh yes, this one. That there. I gotta finish up with my little bot here that does this stuff for me. She boosted the jalapeno sauce with Carolina Reaper sauce. uh, there we go. Sorry, I'm just not quick on the mod thing. We turned like the mod stuff all the way up. We're still working on getting the things approved that we think is okay. So don't worry about it. All right, so now on to getting the materials set up. Or no, oh, there it is. Border box. We need another type here. We need to be able to pass in some sort of material. How do we do this? How do we do that? Yeah, spicy's good, but that's hot. That is hot. Carolina Reaper. And there was a series, what was it, on Netflix? Um, about, was it the Champions? And the guy that basically bred the Carolina Reaper has continued to breed peppers hotter than the Carolina Reaper. It's an interesting episode of that series. I think my favorite was the cheese rolling ones. That was awesome. That was really cool. Oh, thank you for the follow, Mr. Glitchbite. Thank you. Bullseye Carolina Reaper sauce costs $2 in Ireland. Is that about like on par for hot sauce, or is it expensive? You can now manage the Kubernetes cluster over terminal as of today. Oh, awesome. Very cool. Oh, wow. Super cheap for high quality hot sauce. So we're going to leave that stuff at the bottom. Mesh instance. Is this really dead? I mean, oh, it's because Godot has interior immutability. So we might actually not do anything with this that would tell the compiler we're reading it or we're changing it. Well, it's only going to get that we read it, not that we actually change it. Tabasco is like 8,000 Scoville. Yeah. Yeah, Tabasco's kind of low on my threshold. I've currently gotten into this was it gochujang? Oh, I love gochujang. It's like this fantastic barbecue sauce. I don't know, it's not a barbecue sauce, but that's the closest I can say what I think it is. I noticed that yesterday, Togglebit had a knife on his desk. I didn't realize that I also had a knife on my desk. Does every coder have like some pocket knife on their desk? You got Arizona Reaper on your desk now? Horrifically hot, yeah. It's actually really tasty. Oh, yeah, gochujang is great. I love gochujang. Yeah, Korean. I don't remember exactly where it came from. Good morning, Birkin. Good morning. You have a knife on your desk too? Like, what is this? Like, we just feel that keyboards and phones and things are. I love this one though. This one's actually really nice. It's just some cheesy little utility knife from Home Depot, but it's fantastic. It's light. It's easy to clean. That's what I like about this one. It's got the little spacing in it. So it's really easy to clean. Korean? Yeah, I was first introduced to gochujang from a place that did it was a place called Sunny Bowl. I worked down the street from this place called Sunny Bowl, and they did yeah, those hot bowls and also the cold bowls. They're gone now. I wonder if I could find like an old menu. That's in like Mountain View, California. I used to work at Microsoft, so it's just down the street from Microsoft. COVID closed them though. They're gone. And, being forever away, like states away now doesn't help. So, Swiss, you got a Swiss Army knife? Oh, interesting. For the sweetness of the rice in it. I did a while ago. I just want their menu. Where's their menu? Closed, out of business. Yes, I heard. Yes. Oh, I miss this so much. We actually make this now at home. We don't do the hot pots. We don't have hot pots here. And that would be like hard to set up at a home. But we'll do the cold bowls. Um, Comes out all right. Get the roasted sesame oil, gochujang. Just get all this set up. We'll do like the pickled daikon radish. So good. So good. Which you can get the radish here, but did I work with Adam? Actually, is he at Microsoft now? But no, I didn't work with Adam. Goodness, I left Microsoft years ago. I don't live in the San Francisco area. I'm in the Pacific Northwest. And we talk about that a lot because I'm on Starlink. So the satellite map here, which is also why we're running at like a 5 second delay. But no, I moved out of California. So no California for me. Well, yeah, Pacific Northwest. Oh, he worked at Microsoft before starting at Ballland. I would have to check. I mean, we might have worked there at the same time, but my group was actually sold to Ericsson. We were part of the entertainment room. Not room, but wait, what? I'm missing some AutoMod stuff. Your messages are coming in out of order. You used to live in the Spokane, originally from Western Montana. Oh, cool, cool. Yeah. So things are going pretty well with the other stuff. Morning, Zenocron. How you doing? How are you? Yeah, I woke up early today, Zenocron. I think we had a good example. Was it Saurus Rust? This was in GD Native, Godot Rust examples. Message.sort. Yeah, I know, right? All right, so where in here do we have resources? Maybe in the resource one? What I'm looking for here specifically is I want to be able to, in Godot, specify a resource that is um, a texture or a shader or something for this. Yeah, I woke up at like 4 a.m. today, Zenocron. So, what do we have here? No, I don't want resource. I want property. See, these are normal, right? Being able to specify kind of numeric properties is fairly normal. But what if we wanted to specify a shader? Okay, let's figure out what type we actually want and then research how do we do that. So in a border box, we end up having this mesh instance. Mesh instance right now doesn't have any sort of shader on it. Oh, that's construction of it. Here we assume safe. We just add a surface. We don't do any sort of vertex coloring, anything like that. All right, so we have a mesh instance. Is that true? Looks like it is. So inside of Godot, let's go to script, docs. And we can set the surface material. Oh, that's right, you can have multiple surfaces. Forgot about that. Oh, that could be fun too. All right, so we just want to be able to specify a material for this. So let's see. Now, what kind of material do we want? Because this is kind of a base class for different kinds of materials, right? There's canvas item material, particles material, shader material, and spatial material. These are the two we're interested in. I did not mean to click on it. I was just highlighting it, Godot. So, unique reverberation box. I don't know about. Okay, it's on that. We'll see how it goes. Abstract based resource for coloring and shading geometry, yes. So we want a material. Hopefully, we can say we want something that's of type material. Mesh material. Let's just call it a material. And this is going to be a ref to a material, or is it a resource? Ooh, no, let's keep it there. It'll be shared because we won't own it. Something else owns it. All right, now if we said property, will that work here? I suspect it won't. Oh, yes. And it should be an option to that because it's not always set. Okay, so it's none by default, not set. Then later we'll have to actually attach it, but not yet. It'd be fantastic if this was all we had to do. Yes. Oh, you don't know about this? Material? Fine. I thought you knew about that, Godot. Gonna close Godot for a bit. See, it's Thursday, huh? Can't believe it's Thursday already. Come on, check. You can do it. It's so that works. You can just have an option to a material. Oh, fantastic. Has there been any improvement? The 4.0 branch is full of changes, um, and the dev blog on that looks fantastic, actually. In terms of 3D stuff in the 3.x branch, it's been kind of consistent. It's been improving. 3.3 had some stuff. I don't remember what it was though. Was it? It's under news. Yeah, April 1st. Godot engine. Whatever. Um, But these are looking really, really nice. Let's see. Let's go to the dev blog. That's right. They got the. I didn't understand this one. Like, why would you? I know it should be possible, but compiling Godot so that Godot itself can run as a web app, that's different. That's different. I don't see what I'm looking for. Maybe it's just further back. Some showcases, etc. But Santa Cruz. All right. Well, it looks like this is going to compile. So let's just use the material. Where's the render? Here's render mesh instance. Array mesh into shared. Set. No, what is it? Set material. Set surface material. This is self dot. No, this is material. But we need a if let sum material equals self dot material. Do we need to clone that? Oh, you're not the only one that can do stupid jokes. Why is tennis such a loud game? Because each player raises a racket. Da-dunch. Waiting for AWS pipelines made you like this, I swear. Oh, one was supplied. This is for the 0th surface? Oh, come on. It's not that bad. Let's see. Oh, who earns a living by driving their customers away? It's more of a riddle. I don't know. A taxi driver. As ref. You prefer AWS over Azure all day long? Hmm. Well, maybe that's all we had to do here. All right, we'll let that build, then we'll start Godot again. Then we can come up with a shader that looks kind of cool. I don't know, is anybody out there good with shaders? I'm not good with shaders. But I was watching the shader showdown the other day. That was a lot of fun. And then their account got banned. It's like, what happened? It was it was really, really unfortunate because it was in the middle of this like competition. Thank you, Xanacron. All right, so that build. Let's run this again. What competition? Oh my goodness. Um, This was the render party, basically they had 25 minutes to write a shader on live stream. Both setups were the same. No. Render party, this was on Twitch, but Twitch banned them. I think they're called something else now, unless they got unbanned. Yeah, the shaders one. You're not going to believe this? What? So it's a three-class social system. It's actually a dictatorship, I guess, yeah? You rented a limo for $300 last weekend and didn't realize that it didn't come with a driver? See, it's gone. They're gone. But yeah, it was there. I think they call themselves something else now. But it was over there. And I don't know why they got banned. Let's see, Twitter. I think they add some more information over here. And my chat is hidden. I can't see it. Can't believe you spent all the money with nothing to show for it. Ooh. That's so bad. I think it's this one. But yeah, they had such a great thing going. I don't see how they ended up getting banned. But yeah, what are they called now? Did they update their Twitch thing on here? Media. Oh, no, I don't want to log in. But yeah, they were streaming the competition. And first day, fine. Second day, they were banned. I think they were doing something else that got them banned. Not sure though. All right, now we've got these border boxes. Materials empty. Oh, look at this. That was incredibly easy. Wow. And now, do we want a shader material or a spatial material? Render pass, vertex. Wow. I think we want the other one. Want a shader material. Shader's empty. Let's see. New visual shader. Ooh, we could play with that. So in this case, we could just drag that, have some sort of color. Huh. Interesting. Color function, color off, color constant. So we can just choose a color. Oh, neat. You love that joke? Hold on. You should have left it there in the limo. Yeah, it does remind me of that. A little bit of Blender's editor node stuff. I'm surprised that it didn't actually get attached. Oh, because when we set that, okay, come on back. After we set it, we didn't call the render. Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, we need an after set on this. But what should we call after that? Deferred render, I think, or just render. Let's just tell it to render afterwards. Is this in quotes? Self render. I think that has to be in quotes. Yeah, that should fix that. Then if we set it, it should automatically get updated. I'm gonna go for a desktop. Gonna go for a desktop. All right, we should remove that layout is in tree garbage. All right, let's get rid of that. Let's clean this up a little bit. Oh, yep, good. Okay, so that did get applied. That one's got the color on it. Delete node, yes. Okay, thank you. And what should we do about z-index stuff? Yeah, bad times to be buying hardware. I have yet to commit like money to it because of that. So, I mean, good luck buying a video card. That is pretty neat. Let's see. With GD Native, is Godot the owner of most objects? Yes. For the way that I use it, it is. Um, Basically, your script, the instance that you create, is attached to an owner in Godot. Right? So they own the instance of your class, of your, I don't know, struct. And then when they tell you to run, right, they pass in the owner because of how inheritance works in Godot versus Rust. If you don't have a game on it, low-end GPUs are still found around. Oh, I see. Mm. And ship with core boot. Oh, your next laptop will probably be a Star Labs laptop. Got it. Mm. Interesting. Haven't looked into them. Okay. So it'd be nice to be able to do something with the color. Some sort of scattering transmission. Oh, interesting. What else can we do with that? Make it glow. That's an input on the shader. Interesting. Huh. Oh, we didn't handle removing the texture. So what happens if we remove it? Hmm. Is the stream dead just for you? I don't know. All the Linux laptop providers are using Clevo? Huh. GTK does inheritance from us by having a generic ISA. Oh, I see. It's okay for you? Huh. Good morning, Arxie. How are you? Morning, Ito. Ergo. How are y'all? Oh, and thank you for the follow. Welcome. All right. I think that self-to-render option is not quite right. I think when we set that, it should be automatically set up. Do we create the mesh instance in the constructor? We do. Okay. So it exists fairly early on. Let's create a function that we can call instead of this. Maybe just like a set material. We're gonna some cloud tool and go. Oh, interesting. That's cool. How do you like Go? I've heard it's really productive. Hmm. Interesting. And I'm gonna check my schedule today real quick. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Yes, yes. We need to create that function now, set material. Let's do that just after the constructor. Export of a function. Set material. Maybe we should call it material set, or I don't know. After set material, a little bit more obvious. Let's see. Should this be a mutable reference to self? It doesn't need to, thanks to Godot. Not using or not using having material mutability. No, internal mutability. You do like it come from C sharp? Simple and all what you need to get started right at hand. Yeah. I mean, you have to imagine Google created it for productivity, right? To avoid certain classes of errors. I don't really like this one. Practically just 1080p devices. Hmm. Owner trev. And it's a spatial. Nothing there. I set a marker. Go back up. Let's update this. After set material. So after a material set, self dot mesh instance. That's it. We have to call assume safe on this. What do we call it? Mesh instance? one of those. And that gives us a TREF. Set surface material, 0. And that gets set to one thing. But we need to make sure we're doing it right. Tuxedo computers have 4K options. Yeah, I was looking at what's Tuxedo computers? I'm not familiar with Tuxedo computers. And System 76 stuff looks good. It's a German laptop manufacturer. Gotcha. Oh, interesting. So I'd love to get one of these with the yeah. Configure in order. I don't know what the exchange rate is right now, including 19% tax, excluding shipping costs. Hmm. Uh, all right. So we've got this mesh instance. What are we going to do with it? We're going to set the surface material, but only if we have a surface material. Match self dot. What did we call it? Just material? Oh, material. Then in here we do this. All right, there's material. Now, your Intel 8th gen doesn't thermal throttle at all, even when compiling for hours on all cores. Wow, that's pretty cool. All right, and if we have none, how do we unset that? Delete, clear, get surface material, set surface material. Do we have to set it to like some empty surface material? What's the default, right? What should we call this? Shader material? Just create a new one and use that. Kind of unsetting it. Where's my formatter? Yeah, hard pressed to buy one with money options currently. The i7 8665U with turbo. Wow. Battery lasts for 10 hours when you're just browsing the internet. That's pretty cool. All right, that looks like it's going to work. Format. I don't know what's going on with COC this morning. COC is just lagging. I mean, this finished. COC is not done. We're gonna kick COC. Well, actually, before we do that, do a plug up. Hmm, good. Restart COC. Time to switch to NVIM, Les? Yeah, if I could configure it via a copy paste operation off the website, we do it. But I'm not going to code my editor to code. That's just too much work. I don't have enough time for that. That's really what it is. I'd rather spend my time, the time that I have, doing things that I love doing. And I don't love configuring Vim or NeoVim. You don't use battery for your laptop? I don't either. I don't own a couch either. I guess we kind of do. Hey, Stuck Overflow, welcome. Drop. How's everyone doing? And welcome and good morning. How are you? How was your stream? Hope you had a good stream. We're currently working with Godot and Rust, building out some UI bits. We're trying to get the shader working. Pretty flat stream today. Just streamed the drop game for 30 minutes. Gotcha. It dropped a lot. Oh wow. So we've got this here, and in this case, we're just tossing some sort of shader on this material. Let's try unsetting the shader. Let's clear that. That's not what I wanted. We're on later today for reals? Ah, gotcha. There's no streamer there today? Oh, interesting. That's cool. We're doing some Rust maybe. Gotcha. Let's bring that back. So let's see. We're trying to clear this value. So if we clear it back to empty, oh, it does go away now. Great. And if we say we want a new shader material, we can do that. All right, the shader here could create a new shader. See, this is, I want more of a template when starting out because I'm not a shader coder. I don't just know these things. Does anybody have like a decent shader that would look good on there? So if we go to visual shader, we can basically create something very basic in here, save it out, color constant. Whoa, where'd it go? Okay, and let's just choose a color. Done. Wow, Godot, you're lagging today. But we can then come over here and see this. Light fragment vertex, render mode, specular. Interesting. How do we adjust that? You technically work for Dell. Gotcha. Haven't had any issues. I've got a Dell. Where is it? It's on the shelf somewhere. Ancient beast. Oh, there's one. Oh, this thing is beat up. The kids had it last. You can see they got some sort of, who knows what that is. I'm hoping it's like chocolate. But this one still has all its keys. Um, Man, this was a good little beast. A D820. I really like this one. That was a fun one. But now it just keeps keeps its place on the shelf warm and full. I had to move a hammer off of it to pick it up. Garrett Hubble, good morning. I've got another one. Actually, I'll be right back. You're not going to believe this one. All right, I got it. I should have had them in the same spot before. It just caused me to clean up. All right, so this is a beast. This thing, it's huge. Also covered in kid schmutz. Let's see what they did. Look at that. My daughter when she was oh goodness, I don't know, 2 years old, discovered that you could pop the keys off a laptop. So she popped all the keys off. I'm like, okay, well, I put them back on, right? Took me forever to put them back on. What's the next step? What do you do after that? Well, you pop them off again, right? As a kid, like, hey, the game's been reset. And then she ripped off all the little rubber nubs, those little rubber nubs from the keyboard. And by that time, it's like, you know what? I'm just gonna go with a new one and migrate. It was kind of aging out anyways. So good little machines though. I hope that's chocolate. It still has keys. Yeah. It runs from XP. Oh wow. Literally everything. That's crazy. Yeah. Then I have to go through and see what I got on those laptops. I'm pretty sure I should just format them. But who knows? I mean, you never know. You might have like a hidden Bitcoin wallet or something somewhere. All you have to do is remember the password. So I'm not clever enough to do fragment shader yet. Let's see. Shaders. Just gonna see what we can find. Wow, that seems really slow. What's going on today? OBS is being a pill. There we go. No. Oh, shader packs. What's good? Like, no, I don't want Minecraft. Goodness. And you get them with a 5th gen 7 CPU, so it's really not that bad of a device. Oh, I think it was called Shader Toy, Shader World, Shader something. All right. That is taking a while. Build, share, inspire. Become a patron. All right, let's browse. I mean, these 3D shaders are just insane. But I like the emissive values here. I think that would be cool to have. Something a little futuristic. I like these colors too. All right. Normalize coordinates. Draw the lines. See, we're not. Where is it doing that? It's in here, isn't it? Because they're just drawing a shader. Wow. For the original laptop you had when you started. Oh. My buddy at work got a laptop upgrade. 3 coffees he used. Actually, it was in a coffee shop, a place that he knew like everybody, right? Because he was such a regular. And when he got back to his laptop after using the restroom, because he just left it there on the table, right? Very friendly place, whatever. People were looking out for his stuff. And 3 coffees had landed on it in the time he was in the bathroom. 3. Somebody had been carrying some coffee. It just ended up. Well, I kind of find like, oh, here's a fragment color. How about a strain? Okay. Is call color? I read that as column at first. They're mixing 0 with this and C based on that. So this is their color that they're using. That's interesting because fragment coordinate. I see. That's how they get the glow by mixing. Oh, interesting. So the distance to the element controls how bright it is, or what it looks like when it's glowing. You just get the glow by having a little bit of color. Huh. Waiting for a bigger M1 MacBook Pro. That could be interesting too. I don't know. I want something with more cores than that. Something that I could upgrade a little easier. Something that I could toss more drives in. That'd be nice. Well, this is interesting. I'm gonna copy this. Let's say node fragment, select all. Just gonna copy that. All right, new shader material, shader, new shader. Click on this. Just toss that in there. Let's give it a save. What if Docker support is existent? Oh, interesting. Hadn't thought of that. Yeah. All right, let's save this. Where do we save this? That's always such a weird thing in Godot. You have to choose over here instead of this menu bar. Let's give that a save. Directory is UI. UI test shader. Sure. Let's see. Order box shader. Save that. Okay. Change channels. Stations. Yeah, the chill base station is a little too chill for me. Hey, Tommy, have you had the opportunity to run one of those? Let's go chill pop, maybe? EDM could be fun. I don't know. If the songs aren't working for you, just give us a fast forward or a thumbs up if they are working for you. All right. So now this, I'm not sure what render mode is here. Let's see, online docs. What do we have for render mode? I want to go back to shader toy. Let's see, the color is good. I like this color. Like, what are they doing here? They're setting albedo to that, which is just this. Oh, run a M1 with Docker on it, I guess. I thought that was like a VMware thing, actually. Oh, interesting. Okay. So for NVMe drives, go with a large drive. Okay, gotcha. All right, now how do we make this glow? Because now we need some sort of distance from that. So we'll be mixing that with, let's say, black. Can we rename this? What is it doing? Oh, I missed Vim already. Color. What is killing this machine right now? I know if I look at the process list, it's going to tell me Godot and OBS. Yep. That, and I want this to be able to run on GLES too. Let's give this a save and a restart. No, 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 never mind. Oh, interesting. They're also faster. Oh, there, you could just get like a Mac Mini or something like that. Even if you use Flutter. Yeah. All right, let's get the glow going. Let's see, our camera here, environment's empty. Let's give it a new environment. What kind of like a black background? Custom color, black, yes. Give that a save. Preview. Lovely, okay. Now we don't have any lights in here. Hopefully that'll be all right. Okay, let's go back to this here. And we want to mix these two. So just like that other thing, mix. And it'll be between black, vec3, black is equal to vec3, 0.0, 0.0, 0.0. Okay, then we will mix between black and color. The distance between them. Actually, how? I'm concerned that this isn't the same kind of shader. Normalized pixel coordinates. So they take the fragment chord just above the screen space. Hmm. So yeah, we don't know exactly where the elements are. So I don't think that shader is going to work to do something like that. But I think we can use like emissive or something else. Emission is equal to vec3, 1.0. Figured out just use UV. Thank you, Smax. Not comparable with a decent VMware remote Horizon setup. No, I haven't used that. Yeah, and I've never used Hackintosh either. Hmm. Let's see, let's just do like a 0.5. Will that bring the glow? Okay. And then if we go to the camera, go to preview. See, it's got this yellow border to it. Is that what that color is? I think that is, which is a little strange. I think it's just not updated properly, yeah. Oh, I have used that. Yes. Yes, I've used that. All right. I keep coming back to the terminal. I should just be coming back to this little shader editor thing. All right. That's interesting. So let's go look up the online docs again. Shaders. Okay, let's just go next. Hmm. Performance issues for the Horizon stuff is usually just setup issues. Oh, even the dedicated GPU passed through with it. And what is the Horizon stuff? I'm not familiar with that. Render modes. Render modes are used to alter the way built-in functionality is handled. For example, it is common to use the render mode unshaded to skip the built-in light processor function. Oh, interesting. I wonder what that looks like. Oh, that is, that's interesting. Oh, virtual desktops, gotcha. Basically very volatile VMs. All right, now I want this to kind of bleed over a little. I want that to look like it's kind of glowing. I think we want fragment processor. Because vertex processor, that would be adjusting the vertex colors. Maybe position? I don't remember. Oh, it's really expensive, huh? I had a buddy that ran a college's, like an entire college. They had like this tiny IT team, and this guy was in charge. And he basically replaced the OS on every single box with the VMware, and then put Windows inside of that. And then every night, it would actually roll back, so the college could keep a handle on like all of the viruses and stuff like that. They just kind of gave up. Like, oh, we're not doing semantic and all this other stuff. We're just gonna undo every night. Just wipe the slate clean. So every machine was just born again every night. Yeah, this was probably, goodness, 15 years ago. Has a gold image and then does everything. Yeah, at the time, I remember you had to do a whole bunch of kind of Windows scripting stuff, and 'cause I don't remember if it was just VMware, like, because you can run VMware on bare metal, right? And then something inside of that, or if there was something underneath, like a Linux and VMware, and then the college stuff, because they weren't paying a lot of money for stuff. Okay, light runs per pixel for. Okay, we'll have to look at that in a moment. For the fragment shader, to set up the Godot material parameter per pixel, this code runs on every visible pixel the object or primitive draws. All right, if you do not write a value to rim, good, okay. Standard use of the fragment function is to set a material properties. They'll be used to calculate lighting. For example, you could set a values in roughness, rim, transmission. which should tell the light function how the light responds to that fragment. Okay, this makes it possible to control a complex shading pipeline without the user having to write much code. Okay. If you don't need this built-in functionality, you can ignore it and write your own lighting processing function, and Godot will optimize it away. For example, if you know to write a value to rim, Godot will not calculate rim lighting. Godot checks to see if rim is used. If not, it cuts all the corresponding code out. That is really neat. Okay. Now, we're just going to save that, leave that there for a minute. We're going to go back. Okay, 730. Because if we're just going to be setting the values on this, you know, const color, 7, ooh, what is it? Times 0.07, so 17.85, 17.85. Oh, I forgot the numbers. 3 and then 0. 7.65. Let's call that 8. 0. Close enough. That's really dark though. It's way down there. I mean, it's close. But it should be like up here. Huh. All right, so there's that. Rim. What is rim? What value? What kind of value does rim want? I think it just wants Godot. Where's your documentation, Godot? Hmm. All right, so let's step in this a little further. GL, yes, data types, casting. We might come back to this. Row, column, swizzling. Yeah, swizzling's cool. I've seen that before. Constant. Well, this is a big page. Operators. What is this? Discarding functions. Blah blah blah. Yeah, here they're not talking about the things that you can set in the shaders, just the functions and everything that's available. Maybe that's on the next page. Spatial shaders. Oh, look at all these render modes. Wow. This is the default. All right, built-ins, we got time. This is a vertex shader. So you can move the vertexes around. And then fragment built-ins. All right. Rim. Rim lighting. Okay, so it's just 0 to 1. It's a float. And you can give it a rim tint. Oops. See, I was going back there for that. Let's just say this is a const. I just want a value, like a float. Number, value? Okay, input, common, input. Let's not talk about our VDI options at work. Scalar, constants. I think we want the scalar constant. Yes. 0.5. Rim tint. And this one, we're going to give it a red kind of color for that. Want it to glow red. I don't know, maybe glow blue? Let's choose a different color, one that's different. Yeah, fuchsia, there we go. Now this is a thumbs down for me. Camera preview. Nothing. Seriously. I mean, the material is obviously doing something crazy over there. Like, why is it just white? Visual shader. Let's do 0.1. Oh, look at that. Gonna bring it down a little, but it's not doing what I want. Let's go with blue on this. See, I thought that that would work. I mean, maybe we're looking at the wrong type here. All right, let's look up Godot glow shader. Don't want to spend too much on this. Yes, I want it to glow. Apply only to meshes with round corners. Oh, I see. Actually, I want to go back one. Let's see. It may work in GLES too, but not tested. Because we could just make the borders larger. and then do all of the glow inside of there. See, kind of like this there. It's kind of want these things. How to make a glow effect. Glow and bloom settings. World environment node. It's not my shader. It's called bloom shader. Okay. World environment node. So if I click on that, where, there is no world environment node. Is it part of the shader? No. Part of the material? That mm, yeah, that seems like a. How do we do a bloom shader? Post filters reflection. Oh, interesting. So do we have to search motion blur bloom here? Oh no, we don't want to download that. Bah, not there. So they're also saying world environment node. Okay, so if we go into camera, environment, that's not anything there. Oh, here, glow, enabled on. Okay, levels. Okay, that's interesting because now that that's there, how do we use it? All right, let's look at the Blender docs on this. Not Blender, Godot. Godot. Glob. Glow. Yeah, I want some of that for these UI bits. That looks right. Bloom effect has a greater than zero. As it increases, it sends the whole screen to glow. Intensity and strength. Okay. All right, so that's interesting. Let's come back to our border box thing. We're gonna go with um, a different shader. We're gonna delete that. Clear. Actually, I don't even think we want that. We want Let's clear that. Spatial material. Because given that Godot has done all of this stuff for us, I think we can just set some values here. So vertex color, let's say albedo. Oh, this again. Yeah, I like this cool kind of orangey color. A little darker, kind of like that. Parameters. This song is a little slow. I mean, it's chill pop, but I want something a little bit more. Oh, let's go emo. All right, get your fast forward fingers ready. That I mean, going from one to the other, that energy amount is just crazy. All right, color. Okay, we can also apply a texture. That's neat. Diffraction, detail. There is so much in here. Proximity fade, detail. Nope. Yeah, we want that on. Maybe we just use emission. Kind of that color. This could just be white or something. Black. There. This is kind of neat that you can do this way. I just don't know if we can control both the way I want, because once we have that, can we get like there's no preview. There's nothing. I think it's because there's no lighting, but I want this to be, oh, here we go. So we do have bloom here, but we were doing glow. Glow has that. All right. Yeah, we're missing something on this. When the light amount exceeds the maximum supported by the media, via analog or digital, it generates bleed outward to darker regions. Oh, interesting. By default, even if the effect is enabled, it will be weak or invisible. Thank you. What if two conditions need to happen for it to actually show? One, the light in a pixel surpasses the HDR threshold, where 0 is all light surpasses it, and 1 is light over the tone map or white value. Normally, this value is expected to be at 1, but it can be lowered to allow more light to bleed. There's also an extra parameter HDR scale. This allows scaling, making brighter and darker. Okay, what's the other option? The bloom effect has a value greater than 0. As it increases, it sends the whole screen to glow. All right. HDR threshold. So we can drop this down quite a ways, right? But I don't know if this is actually doing anything. Let's say it's 0.5, something like that. Then we come up back up here, and we want this to glow. Can I just set this back to default, please? Clear. New spatial material. All right. We want emission on. I see it. So we could just have this like so, and we could bump up the energy, maybe. Wow, that didn't do anything. It's because it's still white. Yeah, that doesn't seem to do anything. Let's say, I mean, maybe it is glowing there. I just can't tell. Let's make the border larger. I mean, that looks neat. I just don't think it's doing what I want. Okay, border. Let's go 1, 1, 1, 1. So we can see it. Camera preview, please. Yeah, see, it's not there. Why don't we see it with the camera? Oh, let's just run this. It's black. Do we need a light? I mean, let's cancel that. Let's do ambient light. Say yes, you have ambient light. Energy. Still nothing. Errors. Oh, interesting. Zero is out of bounds. Material size is 0. I wonder why. Oh, because it doesn't have any surfaces yet. They weren't created. Okay, let's fix that error. Let's just call this update material. We have to adjust that here too. Update material. There we go. Now we need to get. Can we get the surface count? Come on, Godot. Search help. Um, Mesh instance. Get surface material count. you know what we'll do? We'll do this in a loop. For index equals, all right, so there we have that. Now that'll run at the very beginning before we have any pieces, which means that also when we create the mesh bits here, we need to update. This goes away. Self.update material. Oh, this wants owner, doesn't it? Yes, it does. Do we have owner in this? Oh, we do. Good. That looks all right. Let's get Godot ready to restart. Close, yes. Oh man, I'm still waking up. All right, that should have built. Good. Run it. All right, let's give it a run. Still dark and just non-existent. Okay. I mean, I'm guessing that it's a lighting issue. Let's add a light just to make sure. I mean, all right, where'd our sun go? Directional light? All right, and what direction are you going in? All right, just reset that, leave that alone. Light. Okay, can we see which direction? Does it have it in the gizmo? No. Oh, maybe. No, no, that was this red line in the background. All right. Save it, run it. Just gonna reset a bunch of stuff. Gonna turn off glow. And then these are okay. Oh, shoot. Oh, our camera is actually looking at this in the different direction. Because of this rotation, should be looking this way. No wonder it never showed up in the camera. Oh, yes, there it is. Wow. Okay. All right. That is so. Uh, I feel like that could have gone better. All right. Ambient light. Sure. Just white, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think I did 7 last time. Energy, fine. Let's get rid of this. We'll preview. Okay, that's a little better. Directional light. We can delete that. Okay. Back to camera. Custom color. Just gonna be black. That's fine. That's fine. Good. All right. Energy. Yeah, you're fine. Now let's come back down here to glow. Enable. All right. Now the HDR threshold here, bring that down a bit. I mean, just make that 0. Come on, our threshold, it should be doing it, right? Turn it all on. Come on. Intensity. We have no glow. It's like that changes it, going from 0 to something there. Huh. And why, oh why? Let's try to adjust this texture. Okay, the energy is really high on this, on the emission. What's that do? Hmm. On Monday, you're going back to your old team. Yeah, you. Hey! Yeah, if I remember correctly, that's not a happy thing, right? Hey, is it happy? I don't. Apparently, planning some layout can be better than randomly flailing at the code and hoping it ends up good. Yeah. They need you back. Hmm. Oh, that is so cool. All right. Oh, you loved it. Oh, good. Good. Wish you'd get it raised for each transfer. Very cool. Well, I'm glad for you, Tommy. Invalid code? Yes. Okay, so everything else is working except for this one little thing. I mean, is it an environment thing or is it something else? I'm gonna set these back to normal. Okay, those are back. Anything else? I mean, the ambient light color, that's fine. Energy, turn that way up. I mean, that should glow, right? Where's our glow? Oh, the overall team spirit is also way better. This team you're in right now is a bit hostile. I see. Maybe it won't do it in a preview, but it'll do it if you run it. I mean, that's possible, but it's not glowing. Threshold 0. Okay, let's put the threshold down to 0.2. 0.2. I think like a layer 4 would be good. But I don't know what these levels are. Or Godot provides levels. Smaller levels are strong. Okay. Complaints, etc. are just ridiculous they're having here. We want some product owners. Would be nice. But we manage on our own. Oh, tied up in a project full time until the end of May. Cool. For example, if you need to resolve something quickly, making a call and take notes of everything being discussed. Yeah. Okay, so intensity and strength. Once it's visible, because we're not even getting it visible yet. Needs to surpass the HDR threshold. Doesn't sound fun. And then they're surprised that it takes forever and they're overloaded in work. Is we want something that's very close to this glow effect. Not so strong. Feels like I'm missing something in here. The energy is just really high. Ambient occlusion, that should be fine. I'm just randomly poking at this now. Flags. Hold on. Did we not enable something? I think these help you control which thing it is. No reason not to take notes? Yeah. You can just nod and smile when people change their story of the problems all the time. And we've got grow. What's grow do? Grow amount? Oh, yeah, that's not it. I feel like there's something subtle, say metallic. Ooh, make it shiny. Specular. These aren't round, so it doesn't really do anything. Roughness. Wrote to you that he did not approve for you to leave. Okay, we're gonna reset this one again. I'm surprised. Clear. Just create a new one. See, at the moment it's very white. It's fine. And that itself is not glowing. Maybe there's like a Godot glow tutorial or something I could follow. I think it has something to do with the scene. All right, let's look. Godot glow tutorial. Glow and bloom. Okay, 3.5 minutes. Let's see what it does. Using the world environment node. I'm gonna pause the music for a moment. No, we'll leave the music for you guys. All right, for me. Oh, I've seen this guy before. First thing he says, this needs to be canvas. Background has to be canvas. All right. All right, so maybe, just maybe. Yeah, the escalation engineer was the only real likable person in that team. Yeah, I mean, maybe he's in a tough spot. Yeah, he's finally getting the team he's always wanted. All right. Now, the other thing that he did was he had a world environment. Gonna reset that. Can I just like drag that into there? I don't know. Okay. New environment. Background. Additive. Bring down this. Okay, but now these don't have any sort of color. I want them to be like self. Oh, look at that. That's glowing. That's cool. Energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. That is cool. Oh, and it even glows in this mode. Ooh, lovely. Oh, that looks so much better. And then we can control that glow via the texture emission properties, huh? Get things done. Then you can have some time to complain. You worked on this team for 6 weeks now? Okay, we're gonna go back to a border of, how about 0.5? So bring that in a little bit. Radius. I know the border is still way too big. 0.2. Come on, Godot. Every now and then, Godot does this thing, probably because of my code. And the other guys didn't close their tickets? Definitely not working. Yeah. Albedo here is white. What if it was blue? Because it looks like the emission, like this color doesn't matter. This could be black. Multiply doesn't do anything. Add does. Because we're not multiplying against the base color. Oh, interesting. So if this was, let's say, white, or F, 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 F. Oh, I understand. So there's that. Now if we choose like this to be red, okay, that's fine. But if we change this to multiply, still not. Okay. Hmm. All right, well, let's just take this back to this cool kind of orangey color. And here, and take the albedo color back to black. Good. And we have to change that back to add. Now it's got a little bit too much of a glow for me. I'm going to change this. Where's glow? Levels. Let's get rid of level 5. I want the glows to be a little tighter, yeah. That's cool. Say intensity of 2. Additive. Just say 0.5 there. It gives us a little bit more room to move about. See, soft light it is really, really soft. So for that, we'd have to bring that down lower. You have to get more glow out of it. All right, well, we're going to do additive. So like that, I'm going to unset some of these. I want to see how tight the glow is on this. Whoa, it's like that's hardly anything. You can see a little tiny bit on the edge there. Is it going to be the same size regardless of how close we are? Yes, I see now. You should try to come back into the team. You'll get promoted faster there. Ah, that's interesting. That's interesting. You could do that. And what do you think about that? Okay, so it looks like the glow is purely outside this, and I wonder can we toss a shader on there that kind of cycles through? So if we come back to border box, because this is really simple now, right? We just have emission set to additive. Okay, let's try to do this with a different shader. I think we're starting to get the hang of getting glow set up. We want a shader material. The Dyson sysadmins are clueless. All right, let's do this again. But then we have to know, okay, what is it? Let's go back to Godot. Thank you, buddy. Let's go back to shaders. Where was it? In here somewhere. Shader. Your first shader. Oh. I am tempted to use the other version of this, although I like the source code version. Having it in source control just seems like it makes so much more sense. Oh, you know what? We've got one already, don't we? Load. Scenes, UI. There it is. Oh, and it's glowing already. Lovely. I mean, it doesn't look like it's additive. So I think this is supposed to be a vector, vec3, 0.7, comma 0.3, 0.0. So this could be black. Oops. Ultimate goal would be to represent VMware in the Linux Foundation. You know, I used to hang out at a coffee shop that had this guy. I mean, he'd sit on calls for VMware all day long. Um, but it was foundation stuff. It was like, they were discussing how systems like that should fit together. That's crazy. He had this cool dog. Nice dog. It was a border collie. Shader mode, render mode. Cool. You broke the PR solving record last week. Just received an award. My my browser is dying. Why? Firefox. Force quit. The reward is more PLRs to resolve. All right, next. We need a render mode. Next. blah, blah, blah. Shader type should be spatial, which it is, isn't it? Spatial, yes. Yes, we're not doing that. It would be neat, but we're not testing it that far. Yeah. Okay. This isn't what I want. I want information on the shaders. What are shaders? Okay, for shader materials. Godot shader language style guide. I just want like the shading reference. Here we go. Shaders. Render modes. Next. Border collies are one of the most trainable, smartest dog breeds. Yeah. They got really long hair though. Financial bonus plus the technical director just called to tell you about it. Oh wow. Congrats, Tommy. And you got to watch. Render modes. Hold on a sec. All right, shader types. Unshaded, cold disabled. Where are the different types? That's not fair. Like it's actually titled render modes. You go to it, it doesn't have the render modes. Where was it listed? We saw this earlier. Was it in the built-in functions, spatial shaders, render modes? The Bulova watch curved chronograph. Wow. Watch is really cool. That's awesome, Tommy. Yeah, good job. It's a sign. Should just use Rust for rendering. Take 10 times as long. Where is it? Render modes here. This one. See, we could just do unshaded and say it's albedo, but that doesn't do what we want. We need emissive. All right, so let's do, oops, where's Godot? That shall be our render mode. There we go. Vertex, we don't need anything there. Interesting. How do we control um, how do we control the emission effect, like the emission mode? Can go over 1 for HDR. Oh, I see. I don't know if I've seen G3D. It's impressive. Oh, that's cool. I oh RG3D. That's the non. It's the regular one. It's the one that's doesn't isn't driven by an ECS, right? Yeah, I think I've seen this. Yeah, I saw the announcements on this. It's got an editor and everything. Yeah, kind of has that old school feel, right? The Quake stuff. I mean, nope. Generational pool arenas, which are optimized for efficient memory management. Built-in GPUs are very slow. See, I don't see iOS or Android. That's kind of a killer feature. Also, Bevy doesn't have Android and iOS yet. Amethyst doesn't have Android and iOS. Doesn't have mobile. Like they go for WebAssembly before they go mobile. Godot has mobile, and it has a lot of experience on Android. So, all right. So if we can go over 1 here, let's say this is like 1.18. Wow, look at that. Oops, that's neat. And then if we do like a 0.3 there, bring that up. See, that brings it more white. Actually, I want that to go back to 0. Well, 5 on there, a little bit more red. I want more red in that. 3, yeah, 2. Let's go 2 there, 3 there. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so we do that. Now let's see. Do we have time? Time is a thing, isn't it? Yes. Time's always increasing. So let's say we wanted some value. Um, what? Oh, we have to give these actual types, don't we? What are these types? We have a float. I don't know, I'm just going to call it t is equal to sine of time. Should still compile. Yeah. All right, but we want this to have rounded corners as well. There we go, some padding. Didn't even pass your probation yet. We got recognition for your work. That's awesome, Tommy. Yeah, I've kind of heard the same sort of thing at Apple, right? I I interviewed for Apple and decided not to go. I would have been on the email team, the mail client team for the first iPhone. Dodged that bullet, huh? That looks pretty cool. Let's see, let's go to the front view. The color I'm not so hot on. That's all right. I mean, here we'll just put that back to 0 and say that's multiplied by t. That should work. Oh, it paid for everything. Yeah, that's Apple. That's a 2.0, 2.0 plus 0.5. See, I don't want it to go down to 0. No, that's not what I wanted. Wong, wong, wong. Okay. Now, what if I wanted to do something else and change it so that only certain pixels had emission? What would we do then? Oh, this is too much. Too much. You know what? We're gonna go back to oh, maybe let's try melodic bass. It's interesting that oh, thank you for the follow. It's interesting that even though we've got like the go forward or thumbs up the songs, nobody's skipping songs. But people will definitely hear the ones they don't like, and leave, which is fine. Yeah, I hear that. I've got a friend at Oracle that's having a hard time. Oh goodness, we tried. We tried to hire hire them before they went there. Okay, let's say we wanted this to do the same sort of thing, but wanted to be able to mix that with black. So no, oh, back three. Wait, yeah, black is just going to be equal to, oh, we already have color. Call that black. Albedo equals back three. Oh, fine, black. Don't care. Um, let's rename this to like pulse. No, I want the coordinates. It's not going to be based on the time. Well, it'll kind of be based on the time. We'll add time at the end. So it goes across. Well, this is going to be a mix of black, that, but we need a third value. It's called swipe. What does mix do? Stay chill. All right. What would I do here? Because I want some sort of like other sort of effect going on here. Now we're going to look up mix. But then that song came on and okay, fragment built-ins, blend mix. Did it not go there? Spatial shaders. Oh, it is there. Yeah, we've got UV, frag chord. Here we go. Coordinate of a pixel in the screen space. That's a vec4 screen space. A vec4 for screen space. Depth is not used. Oh, I see. Origin is lower left. That's fine. Go back to Godot. So for this, we'll have frag chord. Yeah, I know. See, that doesn't actually change. That should have been constant, which is fine because pulse is constant. Give that a save. I just want to see the swiping working. Okay, nothing yet. Good. There we go. Oh, okay, there we go. That looks funny. All right, but it's not moving that times time. That's going to be a very large value. That's fun. Not what I wanted though. That's cute though. Because I actually just want it moving along. Oh, you know what? I need to move this. Let's say float. I don't know. Power is going to be equal to that times. I think I really want UV. Time needs to be a multiplier of X. X times time. Yeah, okay, there we go. That's crazy. That is so neat. Oh, dot zero. Basically, I want just these things to go across horizontally for now. And what we're doing here is zooming in and out of a sine wave. Kind of cool though. So then for every x, multiply each one by time, but as time increases, the value gets very large. And if we have this go between 0 and 1, actually we want kind of, no, okay, if we do sine of the time, then basically we go from 0 across, left to right, and swipe. We don't need to take the sine of that anymore. It's already there. Yeah, you shouldn't need the sine. What was my first programming language? And did it just go bad? You know what? My computer's feeling a little laggy. It's feeling a little better now. My first programming language was a variant of BASIC, It was on a Radio Shack Color Computer 2. We couldn't afford an Atari, so my mom picked that up plus a book of 100 games, and I'd have to type the games in. Didn't really know what I was doing. I just knew that as long as I typed them in, I had a game at the end. Massive stream delay. All right. Yeah, I haven't rebooted in a while, and oh, Firefox is actually being grumpy. Firefox, what's up with you? Okay, let's move this one to first. To start. All right, something in there was angering Firefox. All right, Firefox is better now. All right. Hey, thank you for the follow. Yeah, from the basic, I then went to like a number of years later, actually. So the seed must have just been planted. But yeah, Godot's gotten grumpy recently. I'm gonna close it and restart it again. Godot, scenes, UI. Oh, it understands GSL. Fancy. All right, so we want to be able to mix it between these. All right, we want the pixel to go from 0 to 1. We want that to kind of fade across here. Plus 0.5. Yeah, that'll give us a coordinate times that, which should just, for every x, it's hard to think about this, like imagining you have, 1,000 LEDs going across, and you want to make it look like it's like a single light is moving across, right? So you basically have to come up with a system that says, okay, well, a program that runs on every light, and then each one knows which, X it is, which is what we have here, and they're all given a time because their time clocks are all synchronized. So then as you come across, you go, well, they're all running at the same time. So the ones that aren't on have to calculate um, black, and the other ones have to calculate this color. So it's left to right. Pulse is 1, so that's fine. I'm going to get rid of this for a moment. Simplify it, a little less distracting. So the power of the light will increase based on this. But I want this to have like a spike in it. I don't want it to be like a normal sort of sine wave, right? Because it'll have a zero and then it'll go back up. I want this to be clamped a little tighter. You can add shaders to OBS? Really? That's cool. I didn't know you could do that. So if we divide that by, let's say, 5.0, that'll, that doesn't do what I want. I want more of a, I guess I want more of a spike in the time. StreamFX exposes the internal shaders to add your own. I don't know what StreamFX is. Oh, Steam effects or Stream effects? Oh, Stream effects. So thank you for the correction. Yeah, I'm not familiar with Stream effects. Let's see, where's... Oh, it's an OBS plugin. And good morning, Brooke. How you doing? Adds new sources, filters, and transitions to give you the ability to drastically improve your stream while recording setup. Huh. Whether it's blurring out a region, moving something in 3D, or just writing your own shaders as a new transition. Oh, that's neat. Neat. Redirecting. Blur filter, color grading, displacement map. Oh, neat. New encoders. Oh, does anybody support HEVC in terms of streaming yet? Because without it, it'll try to bootstrap. Oh, I see. Huh. That's cool. Okay, I'm gonna have to look at this later. We'll play with that later. All right. Do they have? I want kind of a different value though. What are we looking for? We are looking for Godot spatial shaders. I want to see what the built-in functions they have. Next. Global built-ins. Maybe it was in global built-ins. I think it was. Okay, let's go back to global built-ins. Yeah, that's not it. Spatial shaders, shading language, operators, constants, functions. Oh, you can create functions. That's not what I wanted. I wanted built-in functions. There we go. Fractional. Interesting. A little smooth stuff. What else do we have in here that could help? Distance, cross, no, okay. Reflect, face forward. We have a lot of things built in. Texture, texture size, texture projection, LO, level of detail. DF, DX. Derivating in X using local differencing. Huh. All right, so coming back up here. I don't think these are needed. So basically, we only want X to turn on if its time is, say, 1. Well, if the sign of time is on. So basically, I want to clamp that. So I give it the value, then the min and the max. I am so new to this. Hey, thank you for the follow. So give it time. No, we're not going to be clamping time. We're going to clamp time. Okay. And then we say, okay, you're going to be clamped between 0.0 and 1.0. But it's in that space. We say I want it to be 0 or 1. What about step? So what are they saying here? I of B less than A. Oh, here's B. Oh, I didn't see B. Return 0 or 1. Hmm. All right, so we're not going to use clamp. I'm really struggling with this. I just haven't built up the mental model of this. And watching those guys do that live coding of this stuff and generating crazy, crazy stuff. It's just amazing. So on Render Party, they did that competition. That was just great. And I'm struggling with like the simplest thing. Um, all right, so the first pixel times 0, so this will be 0 instead of time, then that'll change. So this for 0, for x, this will always be 0. Not what we want. Hey, you want to stretch the sign. Well, basically, I want to move the sign across the screen. Fixed? Oh. Yeah, time will shift the sign. You need to enlarge the sign first. All right. So, but to shift the sign, that means that the value inside of the sign has to be shifted, right? Because it would be like, if we took the sign of, let's say, 3, right? Well, actually, what does sign of 3.0 look like? Or 10.0, right? Oh, time can be used to shift X. Oh, I see. Let's start with the sine. So we just take a sine wave of like sine 1, right? 1.0, whatever it is. And then we add the, was it frag chord? X to it. Easy calculator visualize sine. It's just, yeah, it's just, all right, will they graph it for me? Sine, say 1, right? Right, and this is like the perfect circle sine wave, right? And then if we want to do a sine of 2, x times 2, right? Thank you. Graphing it helps a lot. Or here we do like 4, right? And then plus time. Well, I know here, and then we have to add 1 to it. Wait, that doesn't actually shift it. The frag core dot x what? Oh yeah, well, actually I'm looking for a spike at the moment. Um, so like if we did 4, right, it's gonna get more spiky. A little bit more of a spike. Actually, that's not what I want at all. I want like a 0.5 or something, right? Because what I'm looking to do, So if it has a sine of 1, plus time for x-axis. Okay. All right, let's start up Godot. That's not doing anything. Okay, let's just simplify this. A bit of lag. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm gonna see if I can adjust OBS. All right, let's try that. See, and that just makes it white because it's between 0 and 1 here on the mix. Some of the old school Elgato have hardware encoders, while newer do not. Huh. All right, let's divide by, let's say, 50. A little bit more. 100? Yeah, 100's fine, but we also want to raise that up. Plus 1.0. A little bit better. What is time? Actually, what's the value of time supposed to be? Is it just some very large number? It must be. Say current time? Oh, they make a lot of streaming equipment like capture cards and streaming decks. Oh, that's cool. Huh. I know my Raspberry Pi has a hardware encoder. All right, this is moving very slowly. All right, let's strip that out for a moment. Yeah. Whoa. Did you see that? It just is not what we want. It's on your mind because you're looking to capture output from your ARM device. Oh, I see. You can use OBS GStreamer to hardware encode with OBS. Yeah, I was able to do it with FFmpeg too. All right, so coming back from this, just give me a sec. Yeah, that's very small, divided by 100.0. Okay, this, I just want this going across. With, oh, no, I was able to get it using hardware encoding on the Raspberry Pi. I was able to do that. Took your CPU usage from 17 to 3.5. Wow. Wow. Yeah, I could set up OBS. I need a capture card. Got one on my wish list. I don't know, just spend some money on a mic. But if I get a capture card, I got another computer sitting right here that I could do could do this one. Interesting how mix. What is power equal to here? Because if we're adding one to this, what are we mixing? It's interesting. If we don't do this, then this is just the sign between both of them. We drop that, let's say 6 here, and a little yellowy, 2, a little more gold. Does it actually go between them? Or does it go beyond them too? Only if you can get via API devices come up right in OBS. Hmm. So if I raise that up, then we get quite a bit brighter. Oh, 1.0. It must be a float. Right here. Say, hey, it's just a really big number, right? Oh, and I forgot this is in frag chord. This isn't UV. uv2.x? What's our value on UV? That's not changing at all. I have no idea what the UV value is. Oh, that's a texture sampling value. That's not it at all. Um, okay, we're gonna look at stream effects later, but here, UV. Yeah, that's actually the same. Final vertex position, fragment built-ins, okay. Point coordinate. Screen UV coordinates in for current pixel. Okay, I think, what about point coordinate? Should we use that? Point coordinate for drawing points with point size. UV normal map. Yeah, let's try that one. I was hoping that maybe position, say here, see that's the out for that. In frag chord. All right. Point chord. Let's try point chord. No. Because I don't want this to be in, let's see, what is this? Oh, an OBS locks FFmpeg to a specific X264 codec. You can't change it. I wasn't actually using OBS on the Raspberry Pi when I was streaming. I was using just the FFmpeg command line stuff, command line tools. I mean, screen UV coordinate for the current pixel. I mean, how is that different from? Okay. Now, if we change this, yeah. So that's not exactly what I want. It's the same as before when we were using frag chord. So I was hoping to be able to use UV, UV2. Oh, do we have to pass it through though? Do we have to say, hey, this UV is equal to something? Because it's passed through, right? UV that comes from the vertex function. So for our vertex function, if not right, these values will not be modified and pass through as they came. See, other built-ins such as UV, UV2, and color are also passed through if they're not modified. So we shouldn't have to do this. Oh, interesting. Why? Interesting that we got little stripes in the material on the left. Is it because we don't have UV set up for this? Void vertex UV is equal to vec4 1.0 vec2 and vec4. It's a vec2. So that would set our UV to be the same thing every time, 0.0. That's not going to help us here. Ideally, we would want to know what our point is, but our points happen down here, not up here. This is the part where we learn about shaders and stuff. I'm so far in the unknown. And yeah, I still don't think we have to do anything there. I just don't know why we're not getting a local coordinate for this. 'Cause it seems like we should have some sort of local space for this. Kind of like what they're showing there. Shaders are magic. See, look at that. That's all pretty. I mean, how big is their object? Where do the values for UV come from? They get passed through, right? UV dot Y dot R G. Change the orientation? Yeah. screen UV. That's going to be the same as we saw before. You know what? I did figure this out once, but let's go look. Let's go into Legacy. Oh, you know what? And I left this tool open. This tool chews up CPU. All right, Legacy. Where is it? This is going to be in the island stuff. Where's the island stuff? Legacy Rust. It's not in there. Legacy. It's in here. It's in core. So we had some variables, and we just had a fragment shader, UVX, times the base image, repeats, and we were sampling a texture. And why did this work? We had shader type spatial. Yeah, we were using UVX and UVY and sampling from that. So I mix the color based on the top of the base color. We had albedo and alpha. We're doing like this same thing, right? We're trying to get the UVX. I mean, is it just the scale of it? Because what is this value going to be? Yeah, let's say. Let's come back into here. Instead of doing this, let's say, let's do some debugging. What is the value? What's the size of that value? Say our albedo is equal to vec3. Hey, thank you for the follow. That was using sampling, yes. And it was actually sampling a texture based on the position of the the pixel on the material on the model, right? So we had procedurally generated a mesh that had a couple of textures applied to it, and then we would take the UVX. We're in fragment shader. We would sample the texture, the base image and the top image, with UVX and UVY. Now we'd have to multiply that by some amount so that it would actually repeat because these were islands and this is the edge of the island. Vec3, now we're just going to use uv.x, right? We'll just get a value, color, no color, plus 1.0, should be white. Okay, we're not getting white anymore. You can see over there it's correct, over here it's not. Oh, because technically we're supposed to be using emission because the world is black. Yes, okay, so then we have white. And if we take that off, nothing. Oh, I just figured it out. Okay, we have a problem where we're generating our meshes. So in border box, where we create our vertex mesh, We do not set the UV information. That's it. All right, now how did I do that forever ago and over here? Island, this is going to be in none of those. Legacy Rust. Is it not there? It is. Okay. I think in Island. Generate, generate, generate. Oh, but that's off of self. Okay, good. Vertices, indices. All right. So here's the triangle strip. And here we set the mesh arrays, mesh UVs. And what are our UVs here? Perimeter triangle fan UVs. So we give it a set of points, and it goes and it figures out what the UVs are for this. Okay. Oh, we need the UVs. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Calculate the length of the perimeter so that we can create UVs for the perimeter skirt. The perimeter UV will be from 0 to 1. Oh, U will be from 0 to 1. So it returns a vector 2 array. So based on vertices, now how does this have to map up, right? Because we have each vertex, but each vertex could actually be used by more than one thing. Because we give it a whole list of vertices, and then we pick and choose from them to make the mesh, and then create the UVs for, well, are the UVs specific to the indexed vertice? I think it is. So does this value need to be the whole value there, or can we provide a value for UV for each index? Let's check Godot for that. Pool vector 2 array. All right, so it just has to be a pool vector 2 array. And what is this? This is a variant array. Add surface from arrays. First, a vertex subarray is always required. The others are optional. Adding an index array puts this function into index mode, where the vertex and other arrays become the sources of data, and the index array defines the vertex order. Okay, all subarrays must have the same length as the vertex array or be empty. Okay, so I was thinking of doing it the wrong way. I'm glad we read this. So basically we create a UV vector 2 for each vector. I don't know what to call this. I'm just gonna function UVs. Now you can see why the other one was called this way. Self. And we will give this the vertices. So it's a vector of vector 3s. Oh, hey. Wasn't playing Goose. Is Godot written in Rust? Godot is written in C++, yeah. This, actually, we could borrow that. Vector 3. And we will return a vector of vector 2s. All right. So then given each one of those vertices, we need to calculate the x and y for this, or the UV for this. And the UVs are going to be from 0 to 1. Given the length of the shape and the height of the shape. So we know what our top and bottom is. And thank you for the follow. What time we got? Yeah, we still got time. Man, I woke up super early today. This is going to be a really long stream for me. All right, so for each one of these, we need to create another vector. So let's vec with capacity on this. We could just map this. Where it's not iter. No. Yeah, iter.map. Right. Just pass v through. Now the type will be wrong, but collect that and return that type. So then we just figure out this thing in the middle. All right. And what is that going to be? Probably going to have a little bit more code to it than just that single expression. So we'll have to figure out what the x and y is for this vert. And then create a new vector 2 based on that. Now just to double check the types, if we go back, yeah, array format text UV. And the other code used vector 2 array. I don't know if that was just a type alias. Let's use the same value, same type. Oh, it is there. It uses Godot's pool allocator. I see. I don't know if we can we collect into that? Maybe. All right. So given that vector, v dot, it's a vector 3D dot x, let uv equal vector 2. We're going to take an x and a y. Let's just return that. Hey, BeginBot. How you doing? Good morning and welcome. Welcome everyone. Oh, thank you for the follow. How's your stream? Get everything done? You like the red glasses? You know, I got these because I thought, the, okay, I'm getting older. These are my reading glasses. And I thought I just wanted to be able to see my reading glasses, so I can find them, use them, etc. But I hope you got a good stream. Happy Thursday, everybody. Welcome. We're working on a little bit of shader magic, which is currently a work in progress. It's just gloriously in need of attention. We discovered that we needed to actually set the UV values. That's why our shader wasn't working. So we're trying to calculate UV values from this generated mesh that we calculated. But yeah, they actually kind of stand out. I might go with some brighter glasses like this in the future. It's growing on me. It really is. You missed the mustache? Uh, I don't. I am gonna. We're gonna do some trimming later. Not on stream, of course. Some manscaping, and we'll have a different mustache for that after that. So, you heading off to work? What? Done with our stream, BeginBot? Just gonna pour some tea real quick. Feeling a little parched. Orange next? Ooh, wait, I would wear orange. I really would. I wouldn't mind wearing orange. So we have to produce x value, and then we have to let y equal to do also. All right. So now all we have to do is calculate, because where this x value lies within the size, calculate it as 0 to 1. Begin head of meeting. Gotcha. Oh dear. Got acquired by Spotify 2 weeks ago. Like the company you worked for or the company you owned? Because, different outcomes. You would laser it permanently if you had the money? I understand. Yeah, mine's not uncomfortable. It's just there. All right, so we have this let x equals blah. Now, I don't know what our values are for self dot x and y, width and height, because this vector 3D, I'm not sure what the coordinates are for this geometry. I think it starts at 0, 0, so we might get away with this. We just have to know what our width is and our height. So let's calculate width and height outside of this. The company you worked for. If he owned a startup, you don't think he'd stream as much. Our width is going to be self dot right minus self dot left. And then height. Let's see, that's going to be self dot bottom No, 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 no. Godot flips the y-axis value. So whenever I get to a height, I always have to pause and think, what does this value represent? Is it in Godot's coordinate space or not? And I think self dot bottom is these values here are not. Self dot top, okay, those are not. So then we can just say that x, yeah, those are F32s. These will be F32s. Vector 2 needs F32s. Great. But this needs to be a value between 0 and 1, so we'll just take x is going to be equal to v dot x divided by width. And that'll give us a value between 0 and 1. Same thing for height. Divided by height. Return the new vector. Collect that into the vector2 array. Perfect. Anybody got any weekend plans? I think I want to go for a hike. Go out, see the wilderness. I live in the forest, so the wilderness is like right there. Um, I think I want to hike up a mountain. My wife and daughter went and explored something the other day, and it was just so tempting. I want to join them. UVs. Okay, where did the vertices come from? Vertices up there. From the vertex buffer. Okay. Let UVs. UVS. None here? Yeah. Calculate UVs. I don't know. Give it a slice of this. Do I do any photography being that close to nature and stuff? No. No, I don't. Ever disperse camp? Oh goodness, my stream's being a little shaky. So it looks like we lost some viewers due to either OBS or something else going on. That and my I think Godot is just so power hungry. Oh, that we're dropping frames? Actually dropping frames. I have software to keep from dropping frames. It dropped frames because the CPU is so busy. Wow. Okay, it should be better now. So then we have our UVs. Let's go rename this function. Create UVs. Create ofs. Then we have our UVs there. We're not doing coloring. We don't really have a color that we would give these. Let's give that a save. The software is working really well. It's just that Godot plus encoding plus compiling, that makes it so that OBS is dropping things. It gets the last little bit of everything. So I think I need to move the encoder actually onto a different machine. So yeah, here you can see. So wait, oh, that's not it. Got OBS here. Yeah, these here, and then the rendering lag. It's holding steady at the moment, right? The frame time rendering, but it did get really high. So I think I just need to move OBS onto the other box. But to do that, I need a video capture card. So if anybody has any suggestions for a video capture card, I'd love to hear it. Oh, I should check my Odyssey account. So, Tommy, I also have been downloading. I don't have an NVIDIA GPU. I've actually got a couple of. Actually, this is a MacBook Pro, and then I've got like the work MacBook Pro. Yeah, I'd love to be able to use the NVENC thing. I would love to be able to do that. To do that though, I need to build a box, and that's it's in the works, but it's not happening yet. All right, so that built. Let's run Godot again. Yeah, there's also the hardware encoder that the Mac can use, because Apple has a hardware encoder for this. I mean, they for FaceTime, right? You would expect that they would have something pretty cool for that. Oh, look, now we get UV data. That wasn't there before. Yeah, see now my average time to render is just like spiked. It's a little better now. I think if I switch this to GLES 2, it'll be better because Godot just runs at a really high level. I think there's actually a config in here somewhere. Is it in rendering? Quality? Low processor mode is on. Hmm, that doesn't seem to do much though. Just bump that up. Do I have to restart it to do that? Or is that just the game? I don't know if if that's a game thing or not. Use Ethernet with NDI? Just over gigabit Ethernet? Yeah, okay, so then I'd need gigabit Ethernet, which I don't have right here. We're slowly building it up though. Actually, I could close Chrome. That'll give us a little bit back. Yeah, no, it's just OBS and Godot. We'll see how they play well, if they play well together. All right, so now we have this, and we have the XY on there, times time. See, but now it's going to collapse down to 0, right? Yeah, because those don't actually go. It's not like a marching thing. No, not times time. We don't want to do it times time. Actually, I wonder if it was just Chrome. It's holding much better now. Use this one before stitching to the Atom. How'd you like it? Wait, I'll toss that in Firefox because I closed Chrome. You're so excited to get the watch. The watches. That's really cool. Cookies. Accept. Okay, yeah, we'll accept the cookies. Thank you. Oh, no. Go back. I look at this. So when you switch to Atom, What did you do? Yes, I did publish a thing on Odyssey. Oops, I opened a tab over in chat. Just a minute. Let's kill that off. Let's try to open a tab over here. Was it Odyssey? We did. We did do one. It's all sorts of stuff. Oh, it's first to follow. Okay, yeah. They were just suggesting stuff, but we'll have to figure that out. Okay, but it's exciting. We now have this time here. Yeah, you can see it's just a gradient. It goes to. That's not very helpful, actually. So how do we get this to march across? How do we get this to loop? But you wanted USB-C and 4K. The ATEM Mini Pro has a mini USB output that pretends to be a webcam. I have a couple more LVC now. Oh, thank you. I will definitely take a look at that. It's kind of a chore to get stuff over there. I need to come up with a better system. Either that or have convince another 220 people to follow me on YouTube, and then it can just be automated. Um, I want to see what this is too. ATEM Mini Pro. Oh, interesting. Do you like it? All right, Tommy. Congrats. Congratulations. Self-contained broadcast quality switcher. Yeah. That's got a USB out. Ton of inputs. I mean, more than we need. Easy to use and fast to learn. Hmm. That's fun. Total overkill. But you like toys, and you can stream without a second PC. That's cool. So, how do you configure this to stream to Twitch then? I'm gonna go on air. Oh, that's funny. It looks like a fun thing. All right, gonna. Oh, crazy. Boosting content. All right. Well, thank you, Tommy. I see that now. I'm gonna check something up on Amazon real quick. All right, and then how do we wrap this? Oh, just via a config file. That's cool. Because the information, well, hmm. the computer here is still running pretty well. It's just that I'm starting to do more stuff on it than it really needs. All right, so we've got this. How do we make it kind of cycle through? We've got X, we've got time plus sine of time. There we go. Goes that way, and it comes back. I want it to keep going. It's plus 1.0. Yeah, it glows really bright. See, that kind of traps it between 0 and 1, so it goes out to the right and back to the left. So we want to kind of loop. How do we do that? Because it needs to look like it's looping, even though it's not like we're moving anything. All right. So what else do we have that changes in here? Nothing. We just have time. And if we add time to it, mod or fract? What is, oh, fract is the fraction of that. Oh, that's right. You've done GL stuff forever, right? I never do this stuff here, so I am completely out of sorts with this. Um, you're right. Fractional. So mod would probably do it, right? And then we give it time and I don't know whatever the cycle is. So like let's say 100.0. That might be too big. It's kind of going through that over and over again. And this is too big. Say 0.1 maybe. I want to see the pattern. All right, got that. And but we want this to be done at an offset plus uv dot x. So we just got that working. Oh, look at that. Mod time times 0.5 2.0 minus 1.0. Yeah, I think we just need the UV in there. And what if I wanted it to go the other way? Oh, that's actually the power, the brightness of this. So I don't want to do that. Just a wild guess? Yeah, that's fine. Your wild guesses are more accurate than mine here. All right, that's interesting. Because here it's going between these two, right? The remainder. And that's interesting. Because you were doing the same thing with the time there. And then a sign of that. Let's try. Oh, that's much nicer. Not E there. Oh, interesting that why why was 4 smoother? Well, that's nice and smooth. We take that to 1, it's sharp again. Yeah, I do not understand why. Is it just sharper because it's compressed and we notice it more? Maybe. I mean, that would have the same effect as drawing that out. If I went to 2.0 there. Oh, look at that hard edge. Oh, of course, because it's 4. Yeah, oh, that looks pretty. Actually, I want to bring the bottom up. It's 2 times 5. Oh, is pi not available? You're kidding. Come on. Give me my window. Pixels, pipeline. We could just give it like a 3.14, something simple. Tau, yes. 2 pi is tau. See, I think pi is there, but it's not in the shader stuff. Oh, shading language. Const float pi. Why? So let's make this a const. I didn't realize you had to define that. Seemed simple. Const float pi is equal to that. Const float tau is equal to 2 times pi. Oh. Oh. All right, 2 pi it is. 2.0. That's pretty. No, 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 cancel. What did I hit? Computer's like, oh, sure, we'll shut down. All right, so now we got this. But I want the valleys and the peaks to be longer. Um, so go to our whiteboard. Right now we've got a sine. Oh, that's not a sine wave. That's a square wave. It's a joke. Let's get it. Okay, so right now we've got a sine wave. Right. That's a perfectly drawn sine wave. And I think what I would like better is if this was like this, and then, well, and then it curved down here, came back up. Basically, I want these little moments of dark coloring to be shorter, but still have a gradient that leads into them. Um, that does look nice. Just multiply the result of the mod to change the period of sine. Pow F. Oh, interesting. I see what you're saying. So basically you do that, and then what do? Like clamp the top? So pow F followed by a clamp, graph Y. We'll see if the computer can handle one more thing. Oh, that is gorgeous. This is this is awesome. All right, but it's making my computer cry, so I have to close it. All right. I want to be able to use that, but um, how of the whole thing, I think. And what does PowerF take? Oh, just POW. Can we do this, or does it actually have to be a vector? That's very bright, yes. Let's go back to using X so we can see it a little longer. Let's increase the period time times 4.0. I multiplied that, but on the wrong one. X divided by 4.0. Get 4 of these on the screen at a time. No? Oh, times 4? Oh, that's not too bad. Okay. So let's just give it 10. All right. What? Something like this? Yeah, about like that. I think I still want to tighten them up though. So maybe like, oh, I've messed it up. It was 5.0 there. This is such a neat tool. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I guess what I'm looking for is actually to tighten them up a little more, which really means scaling it and making it taller. Oh, I see it now. Okay. So if we increase the scale, increase the power, it'll make the values smaller, and rather the spaces between longer, that'll give harder edges, right? So that the gradient, yeah, so now it's very sharp there. And then if we wanted to reduce the values, we'd actually clamp it after increasing it. And we'd raise it up, right? Plus 0.5. And that should raise it up a little, changing where the values are. Then we clamp between 0, say 4. No? That's pretty cool. And how's the glow on this? Are we, emission is still there, but it's not going over 1 or 1.2. Now we should have glow. Perfect. Let's bump that up a little bit more, about 1.5. That might be too much. Too much glow. Oops. All right, yep. Okay. Let's lift the whole curve and scales, multiply scales the amplitude. Interesting in the bottom there. I noticed this on yours too, that the value at the very bottom, when that got increased a lot, ended up having a little peak there too. Why would that be? Let's not add anything to it. Let's just see what the sine wave looks like. Oh, there we go. Let's say by 10. Good, but we want to drop this down to like 2. Actually, do we need the power anymore now that we're clamping it? Yeah, I see that. All right, now let's have fewer on at a time. So instead of times 10, let's say times not 20, wrong direction. Let's just do like 4 or 1. 1 would be fine. Just remove that altogether. Now, if I wanted it to go the other direction, what do we give it, negative time? Yes. There we go. Let's say, will it blend? I mean, it feels so much better that with it emitting light. I mean, it's slow because my computer is just dying right now. That's pretty good. I wonder if there's anything we can do to improve this a little bit. I don't know. Okay, well, we have that and that. Kind of want the power to be a little brighter. Oh, actually, I don't want it there. I want it in the world environment. Let's enable level 3. There. I like 3 and 5. And then if we had more than one of those, give that a save. Hmm. I like how the glow goes away when it's doing that. I think the period's too fast though. It's going around too fast. Let's fix that. I think it should be nice and kind of mellow and slow. It's going really slow. It's hurting my computer. Yeah, that is. would this work in GLES too? Let's save and restart. I don't know if it will. Doesn't look like it. It looks different. Is there still a glow there, or is that just my eyes? No, there's a glow there. There's a glow. Let's check the world environment. Glows on. Additive. Threshold is 0.5. We could leave that at 1. It's just not as much of a glow. That's a problem with the shader then. Because if that's not getting past 1, we're clamping between 0 and 5, right? Did I get the values right? Yeah, it's first and second. 0 and 5. Power. It's how much between these two things. Okay, let's say that this is 1 node, 1.3, and that this is simply between 0 and 1. However, we need to bump up the power here. Let's say it's 2. Come on, it's above 1. Do it 5, 1.0. Yeah, it's not taking the value that's above 1 in the emissions. Huh. Okay. Yeah. Well, that was cool. That was cool. I'll have to play around a little bit more with that. Get more of the UI set up for this. Yeah. Now look what we've done. All right, get rid of that one. Yeah. Now that value is just huge. And that's a little better. That should be more orangey. So let's drop the green out of it. A little bit more. About 2. Maybe 3. That's good. Now, what about transparency on this? Is there an alpha that we can toss in there? Alpha is equal to what? A vec is equal to what? 0 to 0. Tell me what the type of alpha is. Alpha 0. Okay. What, 8? So it's just a float? It's 1 completely solid? Must be. So if we did like a 0.9, it's going to drop the power of that down, but we can bump that back up. I don't think the alpha is actually giving us anything because there's nothing behind it. Let's undo that. I think what I'm looking to do, actually the effect that I want, it doesn't have to do with that at all. It has to do with the size of the border. Right, and then top margin, let's get that like a 0.5. I think I want it more like that, right? Interesting that we're not getting the emissions on the left and the right. What if we bump up the power? Do we get it then? Or is this just too small? A little bit. It's not like the other ones though. Oh, that's interesting. Give that a save. Okay, Godot's crying. But I think that's pretty good for now. That was good. We got the material on there. I think the next one's going to be doing the material on the other pieces. A little surprised how quickly the glow falls off. Like right there, boom. I think I want it a little bit more subtle. So let's not go all the way down to 0. Let's bring this up. So we have clamp. Actually, clamp doesn't really help us here. Between 0 and 1, that's fine. Power of 2. Just raise the whole thing up. Yeah, still glowing, but loses just a little bit. That's better. I think That's what I like. Just loses the glow. Now we need the text. Cool. I'm going to close Godot because it is having a moment. Okay, that's done. Good. Let's get this on screen. Let's see, where were we? Let's go update our stuff. Nope, not that. Get UI, thank you. That we're going to ignore. Reset item, Shift D, yes, thank you. That's fine. This we want to keep. And the border box bits. All right, so we have control. We want to go to the tickets. Which ticket is this? This is ticket texture support for border box. Close is number 4. All right, let's give that a push. Added, I don't know. Gotta check something. All right, so that one's done. Let's go back. Next one's probably gonna be for the glyphs. Wait. Oh. Oh, that was number 2? Did I say number 2? Close number 4. Doesn't close them. Whatever. All right. So let's figure out who we're gonna be rating today. So I gotta get on. How long have we been doing it? 5 hours? I woke up early today. Anti. I could write anti. Book about interpreters. Glassy cat. TypeScript Rust. Now let's go with anti. All right, y'all. Thanks for hanging out. It's been good. Oh, you know what? We need some more of these here. Let's see, what's this? What was Cinderella? Why was Cinderella thrown off the basketball team? She ran away from the ball. So, till next time. Bye bye. I'm going to keep reading these until I can hear myself say it. Why did the picture go to jail? It was framed.